There we go. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let me get the audio up. Sorry, I'm just like juggling like 1,000 things this morning. All right. That should be good. Looks like shorting the fuck out of VIX right now. Trying to. SPX opening at 44.40, so just under the majority of the call interest there. NQ pushing up a little bit. What did NQ fall to this morning? Because it's underperforming, right? Hold on a second. Okay, so 15.3 from from 15.3 from 15.350. Right now it's trading at 15.331. All right. Let's see if this bounce is just short call capitulation. Um, which may be more visible on something like Nvidia than QQQ. Remember, a lot of people have sold short calls over the holiday, right? And spreads and shit. So they're gonna close at market open. Bids higher than ask on a lot of SPY options. That's weird. Let's assume the intention to reclaim 4,400 or 4,450 is there. We'll see if they're capable of doing it, but yeah, I would assume that that's what they're gonna try for. That's not only their shortest dated long positioning, but probably the most integral positioning to their 4375 and 4500 calls. It's Wednesday, Lawrence. Hope you enjoyed your day off yesterday. It was broken up by thunderstorms, and then I got drunk and ate a bunch of Korean barbecue. Heard others say options are a little messed up this morning. It could be like CBOE data is bad or something. Sava? What's Sava doing? Ooh, getting slaughtered. Fun stuff. Jamie's not doing so hot this morning either. Did you say get some VWAP? I said no such thing. Hi, Dad. I finished TA of the financial markets. I read it in 2 weeks. Are you proud of me? Congratulations. Well done. Now go read books that actually matter. He just tried to update an options order on SPY and it got rejected. Weird? Huh. Yeah, that might just be data, or the clearinghouse kicked it because your pricing was too far off. Could be Opera, could be CBOE. I'm not sure. I sold my livestock stock because El Nino. All right. Good chance to score some arbitrage. Made a quick tenor by filling way below the bid and then selling at the bid. All right, well, I'm not going to argue that. Really? I mean, that would mean that the data's not bad and that the spreads are just fucked. IBKR just sent notes saying Felix currently unavailable due to technical issues in the exchange. Susquehanna rage quitting. Can you look at upstart volume on the daily for the two peaks it had? It's diminishing volume on each test, which should be a reversal soon. No, yeah, I mean from a technical standpoint, yeah. Also lower high, right? So lower high and reduced volume on the second test. But until you get a breakdown, it's still kind of meaningless, right? You got to confirm it. Otherwise, it's just consolidating. I listened to Sunday stream Monday afternoon because I missed your voice. I thought about their motives a lot, and I think they're pumping the market in order to pay us for our GME shares. Any new info when Nvidia? I wish. Any new info when Nvidia will crash? I haven't been here in a while. I don't know about crash, but a bunch of the like longer dated call interest on it sold off on Monday. I expected to bounce up a little this morning, back into kind of the bottom of the sold call interest, and then possibly fall into the end of the week. So I was gonna take out some like short debit spreads on it for like the rest of this week, since the short call positioning seems to be kind of laddering down a little bit right now. As far as their price crashing, I would imagine when they miss their absurd projections. Any new info when the video will crash? Grag is 4,500 still possible this week if they get 4,450 back. Yeah. Hey Dad, I finished One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Blue Fish. I read it in 2 weeks. Are you proud of me too? That's that's amazing. Really well done, wrongly rightish. But did you understand it? Any thoughts on why Meta is pumping so furiously? Why not? It's up 1.25. Oh, just a side note, about before anybody starts YOLOing stupid shit on the Chinese like gallium, geranium, germanium uh, export cutoff. those don't really affect AMD and Nvidia. Those are gonna the effect there is gonna be more like on like the gallium chips used for like solar arrays, right? Like high heat environments. Nvidia and AMD are still on like silicon chips. So it'll probably affect like solar green energy more than it'll affect the chip manufacturers. Isn't Meta supposed to release its own version of Twitter? I hope it bombs. Don't they already have that? Did you sell your call hedge? No, but I sold the old puts. The like dead leg I was carrying over, those are gone. So now I'm just straddled at 44.50. I read that those minerals are generally not that hard to replace. They're just extractable as a byproduct of other mineral refinement. It'll raise the cost a smidge over time. They're complex to extract as a byproduct. And the infrastructure isn't really there. I think China produces like 98% of the world's gallium. So, yes, over time, other systems can be built up to manage demand, but right now they control a pretty significant chunk of the market share. CBOE add-on bundle for live real-time options quotes should be. Yeah, that sounds right. I I haven't looked at the bill in like 3 years, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Australia is developing rare earths. Yeah, some of the Australian, excuse me, refiners did did fairly well on the news. Holy fuck, I'm super orange. Oh, that's just the color I am. Fantastic. Well, that's what I get for spending the weekend in Long Island. Oh well. Is that not a spray tan? No, unfortunately. Fubo at or under $1.50 still possible in the near future. I want to buy back my cover calls and pick up some more. Sure. I mean, it's got to fail $2 first, but Fubo looks kind of good right now. I feel like below two's more likely than below $1.50 over the next month, but below $1.50 might happen. Did you follow Netflix after the pickles pick? It seems pumpy. I mean, I just took profits and then kind of didn't pay attention to it anymore. What's it doing? What was the last one? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean it barred, right? I mean there wasn't any expectation for any like defined price movement, right? Didn't I leave that one open ended? Looks like I did short put butterflies on it. So we're to determine if the same NVIDIA call selling and rebuying is happening to Meta too. Well, I didn't look. So, yes, but not from me. Do you think NVIDIA will hit 2 trillion market cap? That seems unlikely. Although 1 trillion did as well. However, that would be double the next 10 years priced in. Every time I'm in Long Island, you avoid it like the plague. Whenever I'm not there, you're frolicking in the streets. Should I take this personal? You can if you want to. Thanks, Lawrence. Fubo is entirely reliant on the market dropping. It won't go under $1.50 without sustained downside. Probably not. It's although it's not as illiquid as the rest of the meme stocks. I assume the cat pickles pick is off with the market opening up this down. Mm, no, not necessarily. Actually, this might just be like an opportunity to get like let's see, stabilize there. Yeah, this could just be an opportunity to get like a lower strike. God damn it. Hmm. I don't know. I guess still just confirm at 246, like 246.40. But you might get a cheaper entry there. I don't think it's killed just because it opened under risk, right? Like overnight price action shouldn't affect it that much. If positioning remains the same, and then the 250 sold calls are still pretty highly pressured right here. But you may want to like wait to confirm risk before an entry. Hoping to get into CSPs, but seems like a bad time given we expect big downs. Is it better to just keep educating myself until then? Or is there still CSP opportunities in super bull market? CSPs are amazing in bull markets. Um, but yeah, it would suck if the market dropped really hard and you have a bunch of them open. Maybe consider spreads instead. So you have limited risk if the market moves against you really hard until there's more certainty. I was just curious of your thoughts here on it double topping. Um, you probably want to see it fail 44.45 to confirm any kind of downside. Maybe scale into a put position at 44.45, 44.40, right? As you continue to confirm the downside. Because yeah, if it slips 44.40, it's probably going to go back towards like the 425 level. So that should give you plenty of time to confirm on a rejection of the trend. Good morning, OG rules. Scalped SPX quick this morning for 20%. Thanks to the learning. Nice, man. Well done. Looking for bear credit spreads on Netflix more than puts, but that's good insight. Um, I mean, you would still want to scale into those the same way, right? What's what's Gamma Max? Gamma Max is at 486, so it's very close to Gamma Neutral, which is probably the saving grace here. But even that, it's kind of far away. Gamma Neutral's at like 418. So I would say bear credit spreads are a little risky right now. Girk, do you think Nvidia is going to double its market cap soon? Why? I think it's going to test like 427.50 and get rejected, and then possibly fall back to like 410 by the end of the week, unless QQQ rips. In which case, the short calls will get squeezed out and it'll move up to like 435, 440 again. I stepped out of my SPY 0 DC call hedge for 75% gains. We can go down now, please. Is BBBQ on fire because you all over there on the other side of the pond had barbecues yesterday? No, it's because it's a piece of shit, dead, bankrupt stock. Is this your entry for Nvidia you were looking for? It's getting close. Mm. Mm. Oh, wait. Where did you get the stream title from, Pi? You've copied my watercolor art statement. I'm sorry to hear that. What's up, Trash? Holy fuck. It's like, you know what time it is, right? Are you feeling okay? I'm not sure if this account's available yet. I still have to attempt to place an order to find out. WeBull's also not sure. They said try to place an order, but I don't want to place a shitty one, so I'm giving it a second. I'm suffering greatly, but I'm here. Okay. Well, it's good to see you. Be honest, were you just enraged by the quality of the stream card? This motherfucking uncle of mine from Texas put olives on the grill to use as fixings for salad, sausage, and burgers. Texans don't know how olives work. Ooh. It's pretty bad, dog. Why has the stream degraded so much since I was last here? I've lost my muses. And Popcorn Trader, frankly, just hasn't been YOLOing hard enough lately. I told my wife I was down 50K down from trading, and she took it like a real doll because she's a real doll. Ha! Thanks for all the knowledge and entertainment, Girk. I still think it should be 4 chugga chuggas before the choo choo. Okay. I mean, but that's just like your opinion, man. Thank you, Glitch. It's your winning personality. I know. Wow, really? I mean, I'm just saying what I see, you know. We haven't been the same since the stream got cut off for copyright infringement. Still chasing that high. Fuck, that was weird. I'm not, but so if we get rejected off 4450, what do we expect for downside? Like, we'd be looking to 4425. Well, you haven't been YOLOing very hard either. All right, that's moderately true, actually. I haven't. I've been trying to float all my terrible short positions by selling obscene numbers of calls. Put $100 in the account to doff 10% trailing stop in the final 15-minute strat. Let you know how it goes. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not like a good strategy, slot machine. I was making a point about risk management. I was not suggesting that everybody YOLO 0 DTE straddles every day. I've been thinking about this a while. The market's been closed. Glizzy sounds salty and mucusy. I don't think I want one. That's what's great about them. Is a I feel like a glizzy should be a raw hot dog, like uncooked. It's not a good strategy. It's an amazing strategy. Too late. I YOLO'd everything I have. Hashtag Gurk. Good morning, mister. Thanks, Mike. I am not, Jay. Oof. I'm gonna open up a hot dog shop, and I'm gonna call it Raw Dog. And we're just gonna put raw hot dogs on buns. It won't succeed as a business, but as a statement, it'll matter. This seems like a good entry for your NVIDIA pickles pick. Yay or nay? It does. But I don't like how flat the fucking market is right now. And I don't trust dipshits not to buy tons of like weekly NVIDIA calls. And if they do that, NVIDIA could go higher. So I'm trying to wait and confirm a breakdown first. A little bit. Raw dogs on hot buns. Exactly. If you can't swallow a glizzy all in one like a snake, it's not even worth your time. This is true. There shouldn't be any chewing involved. There's a restaurant named the Pink Taco. Open Raw Dog next door in LA. I think I've eaten there. Thanks, Tim Northwick. I didn't. Um, as much as that would have made the weekend slightly better, I chose to eat Korean barbecue instead, which, if you've had Korean barbecue, is the opposite of making it with a woman, as you put it. Am I right in assuming QQQ over 350 is overpriced? Some would even say less than that. I don't know who the fuck Joey Chestnut is. I saw a bakery called Two Girls, One Cupcake. Who the fuck would ever eat there? If I was going to open a food restaurant called Pound Town that only serves hot dogs and food slash drink in pound metrics. Huh. Where does one buy a 1 pound hot dog? So would you? I'm now confused. Why don't you just only accept the pound as currency? I wonder what your neighbors think of this convo, or the time you had to walk away after saying Jimmy and Bobby is squirting multiple times. Memories? Squarting. My mom decided to make 4th of July menu Italy inspired, but with brisket, 12-hour smoke, made in Italian barbecue sauce, caramelized onion, red wine reduction, brown sugar, and rosemary. Was fire. Okay, struggle works. Well, that sounds good, but it also doesn't sound very Italian. But I think you know that. That's how I ate glizzies all day yesterday. I burnt my throat. As my coworkers have been asking why my throat has been raspy, I've been letting them know what's good with my throat game. Nice. You're about to become a lot more popular in the office. $80 hot dogs in 8 minutes. Hmm. Because guilt. I just wanted to thank you for the Iron Condor strat on Monday. Chef's kiss. No problem, man. Congratulations. 4450 rejected. I know. I see that. I feel like the office here would have the same reaction to throat game bragging. Yes. You're not wrong. Correction, he ate 62 hot dogs. It was expected to be closer to 71, 72, but weather delay affected the top eaters, supposedly. That's a new way of spelling that word. I like it. Hmm. You should throw an extra L in there while you're at it. Ready to get back into the dating scene. Which route should I go? Bubble, Tinder, or Hinge? I just use 3 phones. Get 3 Android phones, jailbreak them, download a bot that just swipes right, and then see who's hot that responds. Don't make it hard on yourself. Three phones to increase chance of matching with yourself. I don't know if I could match with myself because of the filter settings, but it hasn't happened yet. It's like high frequency dating. I made 82%, 1800 on SPX calls and got stopped out. Then the boys in the Discord gave me crown emojis. Is this success? It's close. Was Pickles Picks driving BTU price action this morning? I don't think so. BTU opened a little bit down this morning, but seems to be recovering. I started to look into Lumen and then I completely forgot about it. But thank you for reminding me. I'll put it on my whiteboard when I find a marker. At least one 1 minute candle, Grim 2. If Jimmy got below 22 by 721, would the chances of an OPEX be higher than this month? If GME gets shorted, chances of an OPEX would be higher. Gamma Max for Upstart. I posted it in the daily. Your method for Tinder is how I met my wife, except I was the bot. SRF seems a little dippy. Thoughts? Hmm. Why do I not have that open anywhere? Hold on. It is a little dippy. Are are you just holding it? What's your plan with it? Also, what's your cost basis? Upstart broke GM and is hitting 52-week highs. Ooh. Or it's just gonna fail here? What's Gamma Max? 38.89? Now I kind of want to sell some bear spreads. Hmm. How's QQQ looking? Look at NVIDIA, see? This is why I waited. Now, QQQ is a little bit punchy right now. What the fuck is going on with Meta? It just kept going? Hmm. People excited about the metaverse. You'd think 3% would be on the back of some sort of news, though. Hmm. Is my fucking trading still restricted? What the actual fuck? Alright. What level of risk would you take for CCs on oil coal stocks, or is it just not worth it right now? I have a couple CCs out on BTU, but they're out of the money. Like there's no chance. I don't think there's any chance I'm getting assigned on them. They're pushing out a Twitter rival, but haven't we already determined that Twitter's not valuable? Is it healthy that 6 tech stocks drag the entire market around? It's 7, and no. Philly Exchange back in working order. Okay, that's nice. No, I transferred to margin. But for some reason it's not, like, the margin's not settling. Or it's not letting me open verticals. I'm not really sure why. Peabody Energy Corp, BTUN. Jeffries raises target price from 25 to 25 from 23. Oh, finally. They're using your money to trade, Gurk. I know. Thanks, Mortal HC. Have you contacted your broker? Yeah, I fucking called them this morning. And they were like, oh, everything looks good on our end. You should be able to place trades now. And I was like, okay, cool. And now I can't place trades. Do you have options level 3? Yeah. Called your broker? Boomer confirmed. How the fuck do you get in touch with them? Oh, these fucking bastards. Well, that's annoying. You don't have your broker on Snapchat? I'm surprised your broker answered the phone, considering it's one guy in Florida. I figured he would be hungover. Meta to announce app to be censored version of Twitter. Okay. But Twitter doesn't make money. This is Twitter, right? Like the primary product is a failure. So they're releasing a copy of a failed platform. I can't wait for the glorious future of Twitter, but for everyone's conspiracy theory grandparents with the boomer memes. I'm pretty sure everything but NASDAQ is red at the moment. Yeah, you're not wrong. To be fair, Facebook is a failed version of MySpace. I miss Tom. Ironically, it's a very Elon Musk move on Zuck's part. True. They're competing with the already failed Apple VR headset. Like I just don't see the bullishness there. Like no one's gonna fucking use it except people who already use Facebook. So they're just gonna split their ad revenue up between Facebook and what Facebook Lite or whatever this is gonna be. Tom was a real one, everyone's friend, and didn't steal your data. Seriously. I'm moving back to MySpace. Fuck this shit. You say that, but Instagram is still going strong. True. This is revolutionary. Is Upstart gonna break 40 and make my 350C leaps print? That'd be cool. But I mean, Gamma Max is at like 38, so probably not, unless more weeklies come in. Meta owns WhatsApp too, right? I think so, yeah. My morning's going okay, guy who's bored. Just kind of pissed off at WeBull. 44.75 incoming? Probably, yeah. We have to hold 44.50, but it looks like there's no slowing of the pump on NQ here, so getting the 44.50s back in the money is pretty huge. Are we gonna get 44.75 today? Maybe not, but 44.60, 44.70 interest is pretty high right now. Let me see if any of the longer dated interest broke down this morning. The fourth was okay. 4,500 still about the same. Yeah, it doesn't seem impossible. Plenty of zero DTs, but only 531 watching. What happened? GME's boring. Hey, Gurk, late to the stream. Is Upstart gonna squeeze? I don't know. If Meta and Nvidia keep pumping, maybe. It's not gonna squeeze a lot, but it could squeeze out the sold calls at 40. If we close green today, it'll be the first 6-day streak since the bank collapse. Did we close Friday green? Or Monday, rather? Oh, we did. Just barely. 0.12. Yeah, it would be. And it looks like where we're headed. 4450 is back in the money. Yes, looks like it's going to retest 4500. Or try to retest 4500. Could we watch VIX instead of GME? We could probably watch VIX instead of CAT. Do not really see any big downside moves on the horizon. I mean, I don't think we're going to get any downside moves until this breaks down. The chain is still just stacked with sold puts, so I mean, if we start moving down, obviously it could get big very quickly, but that's not going to happen until the current positioning breaks down. No catalyst? I mean, there's lots of catalysts. If oil moves up and headline CPI moves up, that could be a catalyst. The yield inversion's probably a catalyst. China or Japan needing to sell treasuries can be a catalyst. Hello, that is all. Thanks, the big deal. I'm losing money here. When are you not? Do you think the dot plot is actually going to have much of an effect? It shouldn't, right? But it would confirm how many of the voting members of the Fed actually support 2 or more rate increases this year. Hmm. One second. It's actually better. Hmm. I'm losing money here. Oh. I'm finally delta neutral. I have no more positions open. Nice. Cancel that. I gotta think about that for a second. I opened bull put spreads on BTU. Get ready for that sweet dip to 20. I'm trying to decide between a vertical here or like a butterfly. Sell the 22. Credit per legs 24. It's too wide, right? Hmm. I'll think about that for a minute. What's NVIDIA doing? Ooh. Failure. Twenty 10. 14. Sell the 10. Buy the 20. No. Hmm. SPX lost 44.50 again. It still looks kind of bullish. Like, 1 second. All right. I've been bull put spreads on BTU. Did GM move up on Tesla? Thoughts on 300, 305 BCS on Tesla next week? Currently paying 17% on risk. I mean, might not be bad as long as GM doesn't move up again, right? Currently, let me take a look. I'm actually not sure where Gamma Max is for Tesla today because I don't have a June 3rd update for some reason. But on the 30th, it was at 287.22 and it was in the process of declining. Let's see. Gamma neutral moved up, so it's possible Gamma Max moved up as well. Maybe back to like 290, 250. TMRC now up 29.4%. US based rare earth miner. Nice. TMRC worth $1.15. Who cares? I mean, probably somebody who owned a lot of it 30% ago. Bankruptcy is the ultimate delta neutral position. That's true. I bought back my Fubo CCs for break even. I didn't want to risk getting blown out again. I'm going on vacation next week. Okay, fair enough. First time I'm going to be able to relax and forever in the market. Nice. Anyone know why Sava is dying? I don't. Maybe they had some news or something. Iranian Navy opened fire on laden VLCC tanker during a suspicious approach on the Gulf of Oman on Wednesday. Freedom for Iranians soon. Maybe. Chevron tanker? Oh. You think this bounces back or we trend down? I mean, we're just like at resistance. I don't think you can make a lot out of this. The the momentum here is pretty bullish. Oh, I still need to fix those. Son of a bitch. Okay, for you guys with the PDT restrictions, can't you just sell spreads every day and never violate them? It depends on the broker. Well, like on cash settled options. I feel like you can just like instead of taking like directional positions, well you can just do debit spreads and let them cash settle. Can we do spreads now with class for income? I don't know. I gotta figure out what the fuck is going on with the WeBull account, but I'm hoping so. That was my intention. Leaps on Apple now. Great timing, RJ45. The only benefit of being Canadian is no PDT. I've only ever dealt with PDT in like paper accounts. So it feels like it's not a real thing, and I just assume that you guys make it up. I don't know why y'all are concerned with Pacific Daylight Time. I converted the Webull account to margin. That way people can see how fucking boring it is to try to get a $5,000 account to $25,000 without blowing it up. I'm probably just going to blow it up because sometime between now and the next like 45 days, I'm going to want to YOLO some 0DT SPX calls or puts. Why not just explode it? It's fun. The chances of me getting bored and blowing it up are pretty high. I got a PDT and had to go through a process to get it removed. Now I have a scarlet letter. If I even break the 3 and 5 rule under 25K again, that's bullshit. You just move to a different broker. The second phase of this stream is Gork over leveraging and winding up destitute. That hasn't happened yet, Trash. But I'm okay with that outcome. Buy some 4475 0DT with me. Go fuck yourself. Only classy YOLOs. I just open positions and walk away. Nice. They're 50 cents. Tempting. I mean, I think we're gonna gap fill here. So we're gonna open 44. 44, 60, 85. Hmm. Change. Okay. Well, let me place an order. Hey, look at that. It went through. Margin established. Let the degeneracy commence. Now it's time for downies? I don't think so. The only concerning thing here is the like Fed dot plot at 2. But this looks pretty bullish for the rest of the day. I think the Bulls are going to stay in the game a little while longer. Tomorrow we have more important data. I think tomorrow we have jolts. The Fed minutes from the last meeting. GB needs more down space on the chart, please, when you can. Not a problem. We think we'll see some downside this afternoon into tomorrow for SPX. I mean, calls are only getting cheaper, and the established positioning is bullish, so no. I wonder if I should have sold 44.75 here. I have more profitability on the 44.80, but higher upfront costs. So, any close above... Okay, so I did it right. Yeah, so I'm looking for any close above 44.60 is 100% return on risk. 120% return on risk. Close above 44.70 is a 300% return on risk. 80's 500% return on risk. I think the account's 5,000. I gotta double check, but so it should be the position's 480, so roughly 10%. Girk, show us how you can grow a 5K port using yes and no's. Ew. SRF getting some volume downward. Yeah, it's selling off a bit today. I mean, you could accumulate more or sell the peaks a bit. I closed out some of my higher cost basis positioning on the last like upside move, but I kept my like $11 stuff. And then I'll probably add more when nav looks attractive. I don't really think the uranium like surge in uranium pricing is going to be. I don't think it's an if. It's just like a win. right? So I'm pretty okay with holding it for a long period of time. But you can always, yeah, you can always cycle out like overpriced positioning when it runs. You can construct a yes no using spreads. The returns are ass though. I mean, I kind of have one right now. I'm saying yes, SPX closes above 44.55. Maybe wait for your position to tab to show if it's a put or call. Maybe shrink time and sales. Hold on. Maybe if I yeah, if you go like that, it says it'll show if it's a call. Fuck. Ow. Thanks, calls on puts 22. Thanks, guys. Drugs. $44.80. It's I really don't think it's like a YOLO. It's just a spread. Okay, so this filled. So now I want put not that wide. 12.5. Video. Input. Current price is 428.06. 425. 420. $425, 420. 200% return, 161 debit. Hmm. $425, 420. Okay. $30. Ooh. 430, 425. Buy 2. Hmm. Does WeBull allow you to close legs separately? I have no idea. We'll find out. I believe so, yeah. Although that'll depend on your margin, right? What's this spread shenanigans? And oh boy, look at that bullish short leg. When you're managing bear call spreads and you're legging into the call side, should you have a stop loss on the call leg or just keep averaging down with premium received? Hmm. Legging into the call side. Can you be more specific? Legging into the short call or the long call? I assume you mean the long call, but the way you worded it, it made it sound like the spread is already established. So I'm trying to figure out, are you hedging the spread here or establishing the spread? Long call? Okay. So you've sold short calls naked and you're trying to buy the, I mean, generally speaking, you would place both legs at the same time. That's a lot of like breakout risk to carry. But yeah, I mean, I guess you would establish a stop on the short call, um, while you're moving into the long, like moving into the long call. I don't think I would ever. I don't think I would ever really establish a spread that way unless I was doing it in the money. The ideal close price of the Nvidia spread you got to be below 420 or above. 1 second, Tyler. So the ideal close price of this, let me see. Nvidia under 124 would be ideal, but I think actually any, well, hold on. Let me adjust the cost basis here. What did I fucking get that link for? So it's 2530? No. 2520. So is two of each. Link 25 was 414. The 20 was 229. So on expiry, profitable under 423, 8%, and then it ramps up from there. So 421 is like, or 422 is 62%. 421's 116. 420.50 is 143%, and 419.50 is 170, which is the max profit for the position. Yeah, put debit spread. So bought 425, sold 420. I made a huge mistake entering a position today. Guess what just saved the portfolio? Your huge mistake. NQ might fail here. It might. You're not wrong. But I don't think it's going to. I think it'll find support at 15,350 if it does continue to fail. SPX looks big bull into end of day though. I'm curious how you close that on Nvidia without cash settling. You buy back the 420 put and then you sell the 425 call. The broker should do it automatically. Yeah, so you can just do it like this. But if you're not using WeBull, yeah, you would. Unless you have the margin to support the naked position. This account won't for a little while. Debit spreads seem safer than when I YOLO into one directional short term puts. Yeah, the only problem is they're profit capped, right? So yes, they're a lot safer because your initial capital outlay is lower, right? But your profitability on them is capped, and the safer you make them, the more you reduce that upfront cost. Um, the less profit you're gonna have. So how big of a bull SPX end of day? I mean, at least a push. Um, Currently call positioning's pretty strong at 4450, 4460, and 4470 on the 0 DTEs, and on the longer expirations, 4475 and 4500 are very strong. So if they can push it up to the 4475 level, where their slightly longer dated calls are, they're in a pretty good position to continue to do so tomorrow into the end of the week, and like aim for that 4500 level. If they can't get 4475 today, I think that positioning is going to start to break down more. Like the 4475 and the 4500, just to be clear. Most of the 4450s expire Friday. Yeah, I would probably just close whenever I see profits. Profit caps, same like exit anxiety capped. It's Boolean to determine your exit. Yeah, yeah. It helps. I mean, it's pretty rare that you achieve full profitability on wider debit spreads, but it does happen. Mostly you just want to be within the spread, right? It's okay, Ben. I forgive you. Jimmy falling off the screen. Yeah, it keeps doing that. And to think I had no intention of pulling back my $25 covered calls at any point. Gork, just an update. I quit my job to trade full time. I lost a few K, and I'm holding on to NVIDIA shorts with a $322 cost basis. So things are going pretty well. Wait, like you're short NVIDIA? What's the cost to carry on that? I know the bar rate's not very high, but you're fucking super underwater. Grak, I just closed the quarter. I don't think I beat you. DM. You know how this works. You might be. I have not closed the quarter. You have a chance. If the market stays up or VIX goes below 12, you might beat me. Cat Pickles pick pure gold this week. I'm already up 20%. Thanks for calling it out. You got it, C-Mill. I think it's still got a lot more range on it, but if you're up, you're up. I think I'm only up like 3% right now. But I didn't buy in until it retested 246. 246.42. So yeah, I'm not up very much. I've been short NVIDIA at 380 since earnings. I didn't know there was a cost to carry. How to see. You shorted shares? You have your margin cost, however much you're underwater. Um, and then the borrow rate. You shorted shares and didn't know there's a cost to carry? What are you doing? Man, I've got some decent sized balls, and I don't have the balls to actually short Nvidia. That's fucking crazy. I guess if it's a small position, it's not a big deal, but fuck. Godspeed, DGen. VIX up for 3 days now. Do you see anything? I see VIX up for 3 days. Some of the like positioning on VIX itself is getting a little more bullish, but I mean that's fucking irrelevant, right? I don't think they want to sell more in the money calls to pump. That was pretty risky the last time they did it. After 2 fucking years of talking about GME cost to borrow for shorts, I don't know, maybe he wasn't here for all of that. Don't be so judgy. I probably should actually short Nvidia. It'd be a lot easier than trying to manage my position the way I am. But scary. I'll short Nvidia and it'll rip to 650. I don't think I've seen you this concerned with the position in a while. We did say we needed some degen positioning to spice up the channel, and this is our guy right here. Dare I say, our hero. On Webull, there's a confirm screen to short GME or Upstart with the borrow rate, but on Nvidia, there wasn't a confirm screen, so I thought free. And why wouldn't you think that? Now, if you're willing to defend that statement in a court of law, you may have something going here. Cat more range up from here? Yeah, I think so. I mean, my mid target's 250. Microsoft getting a little tired. Meta starting to get a little tired. Apple acting a little tired. Good. Fuck them. But also oil up 300 BPS. So tired or calls just getting cheaper? Yeah, cost of bar on like big blue chips is usually really low. It's pretty rare that they ever move up substantially. How do you oil up BPS? Generously. Let's talk about things we would or wouldn't defend in a court of law. I'll start glyphosate. Phosate? Hmm. IBKR actually has current rate on NVIDIA at 0.2726. But he's also got margin because he's underwater on the short, right? So spot versus price of entry negative. Roundup? Oh, okay. Oh, don't know. Good morning, ending. Hopefully that short is an IBKR, the cheapest broker for your margin needs. Only if you have a lot of money in IBKR, though. God, cat is looking good. Hoped everyone had a good fourth. Mine was okay. I was telling Jay Fresh last night that there's nothing better than eating barbecue from a country where America has distributed freedom. I think it's the most American thing you can do and an act of true patriotism. I'm looking at oil futures. I don't care about spot oil. Gross. CL1, light crude, contract in front, Subway Cup. 4 months builder, 5.25%. Allocated to 25.75%. Brits gilts went for record rates today. Bullish. Cat looks like it's breaking out, by the way. Oh, anybody who had a question? Still no entry on Tesla. It's just being a cunt. What do you think about puts on Airbnb, T-Doc, Dash, and Wayfair? I'm not answering all of that. But Airbnb doesn't look like they're positioned well for the next few quarters. I know revenues are declining in all of their like prime markets, so there's probably a short in there somewhere. Uh, T-Doc, I really don't think T-Doc's super overvalued. Um, and shorting like the medical sector is generally not a great idea anyway. Especially if you think prices on other things are going to come down. They're more tech exposed, but I don't know if I'd go for that. Also, it's been pretty stable at 25. And fuck you, my fucking leaps are finally in the money. I don't want it to go down. Um, Dash and Wayfair, I don't know. I don't care either. That's a nice country you got there. It'd be a shame if someone gave you some freedom. We brought we brought Jesus to Korea and they made him buff. So Buff Jesus. Yeah. Have you never seen Korean Jesus? He's fucking ripped. Do you know how killer the ab workout was to stay up on that cross? That's the secret. There's no nails. Hey, yo, Buff Jesus. The greatest thing in the world is watching boomers close their covered calls on cat when it flirts with their strikes. It's pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. I've made a decent amount of money doing it. Does your savior even lift, bro? Jimmy to 100, Nvidia to 150. Who wins? Me. That'd be awesome. Don't tease me with shit like that. He's holding onto the cross with his lats. Amazing. Isn't that where they got the term CrossFit? Oh boy. What's your cat PT? It's in the DD last night. Go look. Imagine this chat when they realized that if Jesus had no nails, he would have to hold on with some serious buns of steel. I feel like that's a stream card. Like, die another day, but with Jesus furiously gripping a crucifix with his ass cheeks. I'm so getting banned from YouTube for that one. He said, "This is my body," and gave bread to his apostles. Absolutely yoked, huh? Bread. Get it. Instead of Jesus, it's the guy with the underwater NVIDIA shorts. Oh. Hmm. Okay, 4460 call interest is skyrocketing here. And we're not going, like, price isn't going anywhere. You think Elon's Twitter shenanigans could cause Tesla to drop? I read that he's almost been margin called already, and now he's obviously not paying his Google Cloud bills. I mean, probably, especially if he has to sell more shares, right? If he has to sell more shares in order to pay for their, and now he has to because Zuck's gonna make Twitter 2.0. Gurk, I have diarrhea. I'm sorry to hear that. You mean Twitter 1.25? It's just the beta, dork. Do you think people are straddling for the 2 p.m. FOMC notes release? Maybe. Win tenure 5%. I mean, it looks like they're dumping bonds for liquidity again, right? So we should be pumping. Where's the pumpies? When do we break up through this wailing resistance wall at 4455? Can you tell me, or do I need to dial up that pay for play Mary Magdalene herself and ask? Thank God we got rid of all the religious people already. Musk significantly downsizing his ownership of Tesla sounds bullish. Actually, kinda. No, we're above gamma neutral on SPX. Gamma neutral's at like 430, 4354. I'm also sweating so bad. So badly you couldn't spell diarrhea. I'm worried about you. Either that or you're watching a marathon of the hit MTV show Daria, in which case, that's a lot of teenage angst for a grown man. Kimball Musk will sell first. God, imagine having ego so big you buy a failing internet bulletin board. Full disclosure, I'm religious, but privately IRL. Not kidding. Fair enough, Lawrence. You do you. I don't have a problem with that. I just think it's silly. No, you don't understand that one guy was tracking his jet, though. He's gonna buy the rights to Daria. I think he stars in that show. I send my child to Sunday school so I can have peace and quiet during the members only stream, also known as pagan hour around my house. Uh, to be fair, SoftBank has done worse. It looks like him, but it's just all his kids in that show. That wealth has made their angst extreme. They also had really edgy names. I hope when I wake up, my calls are in the money. Just, I hope you wake up. The sideways action has been great for my short-dated calendar spreads. Yeah, flat's always nice when you have calendar spreads open. I have from an anonymous source details that every horse Elon gifts is named after a character from Daria. Okay, that's enough talking about Daria. We've already made it more relevant than it's ever been. I was just hit by lightning. I'm done. Officially born again. Stop the blaspheme or I'll knock on your door and invite myself to dinner. That's not very neighborly of you. Seen any Chi-Chis yesterday, or was it kind of a lame party? The party was interrupted by thunderstorms, um, and it was lame. But then I went and got Korean barbecue, which was awesome, and I got drunk on soju, and then while I was pissed drunk, I wrote pickles pics. Disregard them for this week. Got it? Well, either that or they're the best. I'm not really sure the effect of alcohol on my ability to choose plays on stocks. Have you ever had the Bonchan KBBQ sauce from the store? I'm wondering if it's worth it. No, I don't think I have. I have no idea. Good entry here for Cat. Nice little drop from the top. Maybe well, yes, if it bounces on 246.42. If it doesn't bounce on 246.42, I'm gonna cut my position. So you may want to wait for like a retest of 247. It's very tight right now. I mean, I guess it depends on how much theta you buy. You could buy more theta and move your risk out to like 245 and give yourself some room, but I'm not doing that. I'm pretty sure the last hammered pick was Fubo before it ran the next day to $8. That's correct. Yeah. And it wasn't the next day, but close. It was the day after the next day. Grab a bottle and let's make this stream way more interesting. Greg, this price seems unsustainable on the 5-minute sharp drops followed by parabola grind up with very little price improvement. Are pumpers suffering from erectile dysfunction? A little bit. Ooh, cat is bouncing. Cat bounced and retested 247. Hot. Best steak I've ever had. Was like a aged tomahawk ribeye at Wolf and Walensky's. I don't know why that one was so good, but it was. It wasn't special, really. People always tell you Wagyu, but that shit's greasy, and it's hard to eat a lot of it. It's delicious, don't get me wrong, but it's like a lot. It's a very, it's so fucking fatty. Yeah, I wasn't in on it. Thanks for rubbing it in. Yeah, Wagyu's like an experience, but it's not like a good meal. Like you don't want to make a meal out of it, right? It's nice to have like a few pieces of it, but no more. Old Homestead's great too. I like ribeyes. I'm always torn between ribeyes and fillets. As a meal, I prefer a fillet because it's fucking smaller. Mostly because it's smaller. Like eating a 12 to 14 ounce ribeye is not always an enjoyable night. It's almost like a ribeye is probably better with more people. But if you're by yourself, it's like it's a lot, you know. Yeah, you can get rib cap. Shat. My favorite cut is probably Chateaubriand, which is like the end of the fillet. That shit's delicious. But that's also a big piece of meat. Did you do a porterhouse shared with the table? Yeah, sure. That seems fine. You're a big piece of meat. Yeah, I know. I just get a larger ribeye. When I don't finish, I eat later in tacos. But if it's perfectly cooked and then you heat it up, it's no longer perfectly cooked. How those 4450 bulls feeling right now? They're still there. I mean, they're just gonna leverage the volatility from like straddles closing, right? When the minutes drop And then they'll use that to pump with fucking basically free calls. Are those 4460 calls still coming in? It seems to be losing steam. Let me see. A little bit sold off, but still very high. I'm actually not sure that many sold off. More that more put volume came in at 4460. So in the money puts. Open flame. Open flame's better than flat top. If the biggest failing of most steakhouses is their inability to sear a fucking steak. And I feel like they're better at it when they use an open flame. If you microwave grilled steak leftovers in a bowl of milk, it completely ruins it. It's like steak cereal. Is it not weird how English people pronounce taco instead of taco, even though they didn't invent the word? I don't associate with anybody who calls them tacos. Best Chateaubriand I had was on a restaurant on the beach in Costa Rica, followed by the type of dessert you don't tell your future wife so she doesn't look at you in disgust. Sex worker? You know, steak and a hooker, not same like 2-course meal. Well, I guess it could be. Surf and turf. What about a sous vide to bring the steak leftovers back up to dining temperature? I suppose. I've been digging into it, and they have a lot of stuff coming up. He-Man, Barney the Purple Dinosaur, and Polly Pocket. 45 total films in the work. I think IP might explode. Who? Aren't all the writers on strike? Who's writing this garbage? Yeah, I usually just make my own steaks. They do generally come out better. Is cat making a bear flag? No, it's in an uptrend. Check out 4425P0DTE. 4435's got a lot of interest. 4440's got the most volume. 4445's flattening out a lot, which means they're straddling the lower side. break down to 44.40 and then they pump it to save their 44.50s, which means it's only $10 to 44.60. So why not 44.75? A buddy of mine is trying to say that the brick economy is better than the stock market. Do I need to unfriend him? Maybe. This last Saturday, I paid $90 for a steak anniversary dinner, and I would have rather have just made it a steak at home. Made myself a steak at home. Yeah, frequently you're better off. I mean, even with like good steakhouses, you're probably better off making it yourself if you're somewhat competent. I would say most steakhouses, with very few exceptions, either don't sear properly, overcook to temperature, or don't rest properly. So, I mean, if you can get those three things right at home, you'll probably get a better steak for less money. NQ's kind of failing a little more. Yeah, I wish we had some more data there. But it's still holding 15,350, so it had plenty of support down there this morning. By the way, I've been around 2 years with all the cost to borrow stuff. I just thought I stumbled on something special with Nvidia not showing it. I mean, the cost to borrow on Nvidia is very, very low, but you still have your margin, your overnight cost on your margin because you're underwater. It's probably not substantial, but it can add up over time. Steakhead was definitely not rested properly. Had minimal sear. Temp was great though. Baked eggplant last night for pasta alla norma. How do you deal with the fact that they completely absorb any oil you put on them? There really isn't a fix for that. I mean, eggplants just kind of got like a very spongy structure. When you make eggplant parm, you have to drain the oil, and it takes forever. Yeah, you can brine it, but that doesn't stop it from absorbing that much oil. It helps a little bit. It also makes your eggplant super fucking salty. So some people soak it in like milk so that it's like already kind of like waterlogged with fat. I don't like that though because I feel like it gets rid of the flavor of the eggplant, which is already kind of light anyway, right? Yes, looking for support at 44.85. Holy fuck, man, this is so flat. What to do with this fucking debit spread if this breaks down? Sell a 44.45 and buy another 44.55? Hmm. 10.30 flirting with inversion. They're pretty close, right? Like one point off or something. So about that ups rest of the day. Oh, I still think it's likely. The call interest is still quite high. I remember when the stock market used to do things. Yeah, you're not alone. Gamma's starting to pick back up at 44.50 and 44.60. Also, 44.45 is getting some call interest. Let's get the 30-year to 10%, so we're in a permanent bear market. 30-year at 10%, same like the economy's not doing anything for the next 10 years. Are there any tinkers out there you're still tracking for OPEX purposes? I mean, Upstart, Carvana, C3AI. What else have I been playing? I still watch Fubo and GME. Docu still has some volatility shorts on it. A lot of the like volatility short positionings pulled back pretty significantly over the last like 2 months everywhere, but um it still exists. Should I be going long VIX right now? Not on the VIX. You will be overpaying if you do it on the VIX. There's other ways to get exposure to increases in volatility. VIX is definitely not the best instrument for that. Not with the way puts and calls are priced right now. Give me 1 second. All right. I didn't miss anything. Cool. I'm starting to think that puts on the video might have just been better this morning after it blew through like 42, 427.50. It may have just been better to get puts and not go for the spread, but whatever. I think both will be fine, but maybe there's more risk in taking the spread over the put there. Let's talk about selling vol on SPXS so G-Jones can do it wrong. Nice, long Bear Stearns. That's always a good one. Hmm. I'm catching up on the stream. Someone went short in a video without knowing there was a borrow cost. I mean, it's very low, but yeah. I guess the invest in Bear Stearns joke needs to be updated to the invest in SVB now, right? Man, all the SVB insiders did great. So, Bear Stearns too, actually. Yeah, it's weird how that works, right? You'd think if you run a business and it fails, that you would bear the brunt of that. Never mind. If this wasn't a bear market, or this wasn't a clown market, this looks bearish as fuck, right? Not really. No. Clown market or no clown market. I mean, a lot of this just seems like straddling into 2 o'clock. Think they're gonna save the 4450s? They've saved them like 6 times already. Why not do it again? Sorry about killing the cat play. Why do you have to ghost me on things? Is there any way to block just you from the Pickles Picks channel? Cat play dead now? It's not. It's fine. It's close to risk, but depending on where you entered this morning, it's either fine or you need to take more theta to move risk out. That's not how it works. As a major stakeholder of the company, you reserve the express right to take profits at the top and socialize the company's losses to anybody and everybody else. Capitalism. The real socialism. Tesla at 250. What? What are you talking about? I would say not yet. And 250 is kind of still a long way away. Maybe 260 if it breaks down here. It's a double top. That's still just consolidating right now, though. Wouldn't BTU break 22? I don't know. It came close earlier, right? Or it was over 22 earlier, I think. Speaking of which, how are commodities looking today? Ooh, moving up more. Dude, commodities look fucking sexy as shit right now. This is just a broad commodity index, but still. VIX rising. Are they about to sell calls here and raise it up? Unlikely. They might start selling puts if it moves up again. I just figured out how to play OPEX for GME. Buy leaps at the bottom, sell them at the top. Who else is changing their name to commodities now? On commodities? I mean, yeah, it's a downtrend from like August of last year, but it's turning around. It's like found support and it's stabilizing. I don't know about you, but I prefer to buy things when they're cheap. Commodities ETF? Uh they all kind of suck. Um there's God, so many of them are like role focused. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I, I generally I prefer exposure on like individual equities rather than basket exposure through ETFs for commodities. How do you get to enjoy a rug pull if you buy things while they're cheap? Oh, you find out they could be cheaper. That's how. BTU is a coal miner. What utility stocks ETFs do you recommend? With the record heat waves on the forecast, they should print. They should. I already have like all the commodities exposure that I want right now. I have like gold, oil, some nat gas, copper, coal. No steel, but I'm waiting on that. But they're all in pickles picks. I've written all of them up at some point in time. You know, those are searchable. Is it healthy the price of S&P 500 is anchored on the promise that a few douchebags holding a fuckload of calls won't just sell them out from under everybody else? Worse yet, that they won't get squeezed out on their short put positions. Do you have any plays on Fubo? I'm synthetic long at 2. That's I have covered calls out at 250 and $2. CSP's out at $2. Although the window to sell those was pretty short. Oh, Dork, I've got a new harebrained idea that I'm gonna bug you with after the stream today. Yeah. It's pretty awesome. What's your $2 Fubo synthetic position, Leaps? $2 puts, $2 calls, and then I threw some of the excess credit into $3 calls. Cause why not? SQQQ is near its 52-week low. Good buying opportunity, or do we think it will continue moves up over the coming weeks? SQQQ has volatility decay. Its 52-week lows are relevant. Um, it can literally always go lower, and if it goes low enough, it'll reverse split. So I don't really think a technical analysis of its current price level is very important. Um, but yeah, I mean QQQ could drop. It's quite high, but it won't until tech shits the bed because that's what's carrying it. And it might get a pullback, but QQQ is not great for smaller pullbacks. If you crush coal and mix it with water, then pour it into your gas tank, will we be cruising? No. We're gonna get into some CSPs and DVN. Seems like a decent opportunity right now. Thoughts? I mean, DVN's been trading in like the range I'm willing to buy it for some time now. I haven't looked at it for like 2 days, so give me a second. Yeah, I mean, decently priced. I don't know what strikes are open for CSPs, but looks like there's good support at 47. And then, I mean, obviously, you'd want to decide on how badly you want assignment there. Greg, I don't understand what an inverse leverage ETF does. Do you need to? They create leverage through derivatives on a whatever chosen asset. And then obviously those derivatives have baked in decay. And so they're able to return greater performance to the up or downside, but over time they lose value. For steel plays, are you looking at X or direct to commodity exposure? I'm not sure if I'm going to look at X. I'm thinking about it still. Although X did do well last year. I'm not sure that's the company I'm going to go with this time around. I'm still thinking about it. I also think I have a decent amount of time to worry before I have to worry. At least another quarter. Who are you talking about? Bear poke spreads? Have the bears been poked by so many spreads that they left the market? It's bear put. It's not poke. Advanced auto parts. It seems to have fallen into a range where people are a little more willing to buy it. They have not performed well though. Their profit margins have been dropping precipitously. So risky. I don't know if the dividend will be sustainable, but the yield's nice. Current liabilities are pretty heavy. It's still trading at a multiple, and cash flows have been rough. So maybe not something great over the coming months, couple years. The steel thesis really hinges on supply shock. You don't. I mean, shock seems excessive, but yeah, increased demand. Also, infrastructure demand. If we have to move forward with, government subsidization to bail us out of a recession. Government subsidies are always really, really good for steel. When do I retire with my SPY 400Ps that expire in a few weeks? I guess in a few weeks. Inverse V-Day? VIX is moving up. There's still more downside here. We got another hour 30. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab my All right. Does it look like they're giving up on calls? No, not particularly. Call interest is still pretty elevated at 44.50, 44.60. This pump is not looking very healthy. I mean, slumping in the middle of the day is not. I don't think a cause for concern. Obviously, I would prefer the market just fall into the fucking center of the earth right now, but there's still a lot of call interest. It hasn't gone anywhere yet. And one thing over the last 3 months has held very true. If they're buying calls, they're getting them in the money. Although it'd be fantastic to see them fail. That's because we're further away from 44.60, AJ. Gamma did decrease at the strike, not relative to moneyness, but only a little bit. $44.70 decreased a bunch more than 44.60. If the market closes at 44, 44, 44, do we win? I mean, have you figured out how to place a butterfly that profits off that exact price? In which case, yes. Volume and interest of the strike, AJ? Time and sales? Condors, lizards, and butterflies? You're so goofy. 4460 end of day. Everything else is irrelevant. I mean, if we recover, oh man, I need to stop losing money on the video. We're getting way too close, Popcorn Trader. When this thing pops, we should coin the term Charmageddon. What if charm's not relevant to it popping? Bulls might be on vacation for the rest of the summer. Then I'm out of ideas. All right. If the market just goes sideways, char meander. Nice. I was thinking of taking profits on Dole. On the 1 month, it looks like lower and lower highs. Really? The June high was 14. The May high was 1384. So I'm confused. A, why you're looking at a stock that started trading in July of 2021 on the 1 month chart. B, why you think 14 is less than 1380. I mean, I don't disagree that Dole has far exceeded expectations. Not monthly on the 1 month. Ah. Kind of just looks like flat at 13. I mean, it's broken down, but it broke down back in April the same way, right? And then it got a huge boost at earnings. Also, like, we're post dividend and pre earnings, which is usually kind of a slumpy period for it anyway. And is the rate of decline worse than the 2.3% yield? Also, what's your yield on cost? Because most of us were all buying it at like $7 and $8, right? So yield on cost must be low or high. Cost must be low. It's the middle of the day. I didn't realize we needed sustained upside for the market to move up. I feel like you just made this up. We had a what 40 BPS increase from open, and we've pulled back. We've retraced 26 BPS of that. Not even 20, so half. That seems like a healthy pullback, and also probably a lower high or higher low. Sorry. You can really tell people have started to play calls finally. They're probably doing what I do, where you invert the chart so you buy calls and puts at the right time. Which top analysts? Microsoft should be worth more than Apple. Do you set stops on your verticals? Why? I can just sell a opposite spread, right? I think I think I'm gonna blow up this account by forcing myself to trade under PDT restrictions while trying to willfully fight back against them by never actively closing a position. Microsoft as a company is definitely worth more than a piece of fruit. Grack, what is it, Popcorn Trader? Yes, the positions are back. I can now feast on the tears of the ghosters. Make the stream great again. Is SPX really gonna go green today? Could, why not? There doesn't seem to be a good reason for it not to go green. Yeah. I already know what the Fed minutes are gonna say. So if they're just trying to protect their downside from puts coming in, then it makes sense that we'd slump into the midday, right? And then they can blow up all those puts after 2 o'clock and rip into close. What a great way to take advantage of people assessing and moderating their risk. Gork, when rippling trapezius muscles, do I need pigeon wheel status? If you're gonna talk to me like that, you do. Can you go over how you determine support and resistance on SPX or other stocks? It would make for a great clip. Do you get them from an external source or do you establish them yourself? I establish them myself. I use other support and resistances from our options data. I use like gamma neutral and gamma max. So those are on there too, but why would I tell you how I do it? I mean, it's just experience, right? You get better at it with time. You're looking for where buy and sell volume find equilibriums. TA is just art, right? Jokes on them. No one in the pickle jar learned to manage our risk. What did the Palantir orb tell you about the dot plot? Also, can you ask it about my ZOM 130 price target? I don't know what your horizon on your ZOM price target is, but Permian Basin extraction's increasing at a pretty rapid rate, which isn't particularly great for the share price of ZOM, because over time that's going to reduce the price of oil. It'll improve Exxon's profitability, but not as much as like Oxy, for instance. Maybe because you always buy the top, AJ. Zom leadership has that priced in. Permian Basin, Sumerian Basin. Okay. I don't see Buffett running around snapping up shares of Zom, but are you knee deep in BTC? No. I have no BTC exposure right now. I don't think. Did we just watch a rounded bottom breakout on SPX? Slowly but surely. Yeah, I know. Don't call you Shirley. I don't see Buffett doing much running at all. That guy's fast on his feet. I don't know what you're talking about. Have you ever seen him walk down a hallway at Berkshire? You look and he's just gone. Like a ghost. Is Gaff gone because crypto's dead? Also, that guy owes me 20K for Cardano. He had a cameo in The Office? I didn't know that. That's because he can smell 5 parts per trillion sweet and sour sauce in a wind tunnel. Does everyone still have all their fingers after yesterday's festivities? Yes? Then hit the like button, you beautiful pickles. Yeah, do that thing. We need more goddamn likes. They're too low. It's ridiculous. There's a great deal of risk of people diamond handing firecrackers, though, Jen Jen. Thanks, Trash. I can always count on you. Some of us don't even need a finger. Any thoughts on Hood having hit a bottom? They rolled out their 24/7 trading this week. Yeah, but that's just a scam, right? About July 21 for 247.50, 250 Cs on Cat. So I did mitigate some risk, but yeah. And you bought them at 247.50, didn't you? What was wrong with this morning when Cat was cheaper? Why do you do that to yourself? Don't talk sweet like that. It makes me want to serve you divorce papers. Darth would never divorce me. That's why I had to have it annulled. Season 7, episode 24, Search Committee, worth a watch. Okay. The Office, I assume you mean? Yeah. I bought them at 247. Sure. I'm back to break even on cat. I didn't want to waste my day on closing it till we see how the market reacts to the Fed notes at 2 p.m. Yeah, that's fair. Here's the thing, an adverse reaction to the Fed notes might be bullish for cat. Flighty little 60-40 funds trying to split their risk. And then they can blow up the boomers that sold 250 calls. You might want to enlarge your head on the stream so as to deter the pickle jar from ghosting your degen account. Or you can move it slightly to the left if you get off on that kind of thing. I'll think about it. I'll wait till like a critical moment. My wife got so accustomed to the stream running every day in the background that now I leave the stream running even when I'm not at home. In some ways, you can say I'm leaving you alone with my wife. Gods, it's been 22 months. Yeah, this has gone on longer than I expected. But it's still kind of fun. Some days. I like macro gherk, but tiny gherk is really cool. Thanks, Squamsk. So are you officially doing the 5K port challenge? Not really. I think this port's like more than 5K. But sure. I'd wait for a rejection on Dominion. Maybe look back at like the $52 level. See if it finds some stability there. This like recent bounce seems like a bad thing to buy in on, right? A little too much, a little too fast. Bring back Big Gurg. I'm not Persian, Squamsk. Yeah, I know. Thank God, Brett. If oil and natural gas push up, this should be a local bottom, huh? Well, it's at resistance after running up 6.67% in like the last 3 days. So maybe it's a good time to wait and see if you can get it a little cheaper instead of buying the top of a 7% run, right? I mean, historically here there have been quite a few sellers above 53. I don't know if I'd want to hold their bags. But there should be fewer sellers, right? So, you know, if the pullback only goes to like 52, 51, starts to recover, that looks like a lot better entry, right? And then if it pulls back hard, you get a really good deal. The day I convinced you to swap places with your WeBull background was great. Big Gurk with tiny port in the right hand corner was my favorite moment so far. You think they go for 51 before or after FOMC? Let's see. They got about an hour right now. This is still just chopping, really. ES is kind of forming a lower high. We might see futures retest like 44.80 again. This last bounce wasn't very strong. And yeah, I'd say within the next hour that's possible. If we don't just break up from here. Do you think the main reason for Meta just continuing to go up no matter what is the execution of its $40 billion buyback? No, because they don't have enough money to buy back $40 billion worth of shares. The buyback's just like, yeah, we're totally going to do this thing, not like we're actively doing this thing. Wouldn't AMD 110? I don't know. A couple weeks, maybe. Percent chance of a breakup. It's not very high. I would say this is more likely to break down before it breaks up. Hmm. Yeah, I feel like a breakdown to 44.45 is more likely here.
My 4450s are getting scared, but are frothing for upside movement. Nice. Are we OPEXing for July? On what? GME doesn't look great. Are we OPEXing for OPEX? Sure. GME is fermenting? Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Hmm. Upstart OPEX potential for delta neutral positioning. Kind of depends what IV's looking like at the time, right? If IV's blown out, then it's not a great play, but if it gets shorted, maybe? What's the gap between ES and SPX these days? Uh, yeah, like 37, 38. Presuming low IV entry the Thursday or Friday before? Yeah, you could. A lot of call interest falling off on July 21st. Are you buying more SPX puts here? No. I don't think the downside range is all that great. Like I think it's going to like break down, but I don't think the range is very good. Has the market successfully bored all of us to death, and now we're in purgatory watching the market continue to chop? That's what that's what spreads are for, Dork. We'll just sell 4450 center point butterflies for eternity. How's SPXOI looking beyond 721? There's not a lot of it. Fuck, that sounds excruciating. Not if they return 200% a day. We'll be too busy rolling around in our tendies naked, getting the real sweet and sour sauce on them, you know? Inverse head and shoulders or bear flag, place your bets. Well, a bear flag would be a continuation of a downtrend, and I don't think we've really established a significant enough downtrend. Also, the bear flag that was there already broke down. Are intraday economic events such as the FOMC minutes worth straddling? Sure. You could. I mean, it's not like a Fed meeting or anything, but I'm sure it'll have a little bit of volatility. People seem to be interested in playing it. Sure, butterfly spread is created, but why are you explaining that? The Federal Open Market Committee, popcorn trader? Ooh. Yes, getting bullish. I thought the Fed was a bank, not a market. Oh my god. They were a regulatory body and a bank. I mean, Nasdaq 100 and the S&P 500 carry a lot of similar weightings, but they're not the same. So they're usually moderately correlated, but not always. I would say right now they're a little more heavily correlated because the only thing worth anything in either index is tech. 4,500 by Friday? It's not impossible. Probably want to see 43.75 today, though, for that to happen. How do you know that the market is free and fair? I don't. I have no expectation of that. Do you have any thoughts on BTU's earnings later this month? Not particularly. I know they had some setbacks in the last earnings with some fires that had occurred and continuous issues with transportation, or well, their logistics infrastructure in Australia. Hopefully, some of those are a little more resolved. I expect cash flows to remain fairly similar. I know demand in India and China has been slowly picking up, but I don't think substantially enough yet for it to have a huge impact. I expect cash flows to remain strong. I mean that's about it. We'll see where they are on their debt over the quarter. What's the most important data point scheduled event between now and 7/21 for the market? Um, hmm. CPI and PPI are going to be important. JOLTS, non-farm payrolls, and unemployment are important. Those are this week. Mm, that's probably all the really. I mean, Yellen's meeting with China is going to be pretty impactful, depending on the outcome of that. I think she's going over there to try to negotiate them not selling all of their U.S. treasuries because the yuan is performing like shit and way under their expectations. And then, short of China opening a repo facility for like sovereign debt buyers, then yeah, they're gonna have some currency issues, which might push them to sell off treasuries. CPI is before then, isn't it? I know the Fed meeting's after OPEX, but I think CPI is still before. Yeah, CPI is next Wednesday. Cutting of China from semis will surely help negotiations. Yeah. No, I don't know what kind of effect the space pickle will have on SPX. I'm not willing to risk it. Greg, I'm watching you on a stream delay of 14 months, and let me just say, you really got to lay off the GME talk. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your composite man speaking. I just wanted to let you know we're on time for the 4450 retest. Headwinds at 444850 may make for a few bumps heading into the FOMC. We're going to keep the fasten seatbelt sign on for a little while. We get through that. Once we've reached cruising altitude, I'll go ahead and turn that off so you're free to move about the market. Thanks, Dork. Are they keeping this in the range to get 4450s cheaper before the minutes so they can buy and then pump above? It's the same thing they do every day, Pinky. Hmm. Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to set up my other charts. Oh, yeah, that looks kind of bullish. Hold on a second. I'm just setting up some charts
that I need to keep my eyes on.
Okay, that looks kind of bullish there too. You looking at that butthole, Dork? Do you have any idea how low Jimmy could go this week? Yeah, I mean it's dropping really fucking slowly. I've got several buttholes up, and they're all buttholey. Yeah, it's kind of like a Swiss cheese almost, but I guess I'll show you. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, I'm not sure it's bullish. Big divergence on banana. Yeah, well, decently sized. The 5 minute looks a lot better though here. Yeah, I don't think today is particularly bullish, but I think they'll try to get it to close above their calls. Taking another overnight on those out of the money is going to be pretty awful. Unless minutes have something that needs to be digested. Yeah, I mean, right now it just looks like straddling, right? And then, like, out of the money call interest is higher than at or in the money, like, at the money put interest. So when the straddles close, I think they're going to try to leverage any momentum they get on that, right? Kendro, Gherk, I like my ladies with a full bush. I didn't know you were into horticulture. Are you a shrubist? Is that the daily? Ooh. Yeah, I mean the longer term trends look really bearish. But they've looked really bearish for like 6 days. They just keep getting slightly closer to being like actually moving. Volatility bond. Yeah. Well, it's interesting today, right? Because we're seeing like long yields rise again, right? So I think they're selling. I think they're marking to market shit in order to get more liquidity. So I still think they have a vested interest in getting 4,500 to happen. I don't think they've given up on their dream yet. Every time they do that, the debt market gets more stressed. This is a game of chicken. It's like trying to thread a needle, right, between over stressing the debt market and getting the SPX up to 4,500. Fucking banks always trying to eat the cake they fucked. That's the right. That's how I heard it. Maybe that metaphor is not accurate. I was supposed to put my tie down this afternoon. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Puts on my short-term happiness. I like that you still found the levity for that. Um, but I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's really sad. No, that's not a stream card. What, fucking cakes? We banks are playing Soggy Muffin with the sovereign wealth of an entire nation. Oh, fuck. Wait, we're trying to mourn Brian right now. Or for Brian. Stop making jokes. At this point, it's not even a soggy muffin. It's like drinking the contents of the coconut from that under that dude's bed. Cat's 3 minute volume is officially under 100 per minute. Sounds about normal. His last deed was saving me $300. Ultimate good boy move. I love the jokes. Keep them coming. I think I feel a bit physically ill. Well, trash. That means you know what I'm referencing. What's your prediction on QQQ upside? Actually, I think it's a little bit more limited than SPX. Like above 370, it's pretty heavily sold. There's a lot of short calls. I don't know if there's going to be enough momentum in the coming days to break over that. And we've had a few days of S&P outperformance up until today. Um, and today we kind of pressured those short call positions. Talking from the internet, do not cite the old magic to me. Is there a better analogy for the current macroeconomic climate? Because I can't think of one. Just, just all of the big banks nutting in one coconut and hiding it from their mom under their bed. Is there a top 10 SPX ETF? Probably. I tuned back in for the weirdest things. Not even. This is comparatively light. If you were to share a coconut, hypothetically, would you cut an extra hole? I mean, only if you need to share it simultaneously. Last Plankton Nut eats the coconut. Yeah, that's what we were saying. That's how all this started. I just have no context. Fair. Daily check-in, still employed. Fucking A, that's awesome, man. Maybe your employer is not. Maybe they're just like not as racist as you thought they were. And just because they hired him doesn't mean that your job's actually in danger. But only if they hire another guy. Like maybe like a client came in and they were like, "Wow, this office is really not very diverse," and they were like, "Oh shit." So you're safe. Unless JPA actually does something hawkish, e.g., 0.5 increase, do you think the markets grind higher through Q3 and Q4? No. When the shorts cover, how will we know when they're done? They'll spit in our mouths. Yeah. Market's so boring, SPX channel talking politics, and it's neither contentious nor conspiratorial. Those are the best politic discussions, and I'm missing out on it? Fuck you guys. They have Ronald Reagan calendars in their office. I highly doubt there aren't. How does one get a Ronald Reagan calendar in 2023? My boss is gonna fire me soon. You're self employed. This is one of those weird horny days, isn't it? Well, there's nothing else to do. Boredom's the ultimate stoker of the horny furnace. Don't type in all caps, Veronica. I'm self-employed too, and I'm about to be fired. Fair. Do you have any kinks? Not that I'm aware of, but I'm open to discovering them. Who here is self-employed? Me? Shushing? Yeah. Findom? No, that's you guys. That's some of you. Gurkha's as vanilla as they come. He doesn't even like nudes. I really don't. Nudes are as vanilla as it comes. They're probably reusing a 1989 Ronald Reagan calendar. The dates and days match 2023 exactly. I'm Gherk employed. Oh boy, that's not a good job. You missed a highly underrated joke from Arugus about banks handing out coconut water to their clients these days. Damn it. So, oh, cocoa nut. Nice. Chase private client gives you free little bottles of harmless coconut water. How do I know that? I don't, I'm just guessing. Can we please have more cat on screen? Not yet. When it goes back above 246.18, maybe. Any chance for 44.55? I can't see them not pumping to at least 44.60. It's very possible that we just trade flat for the rest of the day with almost no price action until after the Fed meeting. What? I know. Like, we knew that they were going to straddle this all day long. And yet, for some reason, people are like, why price flat? Why not doing anything? Do people like coconut water? No, it tastes like spit. It's like drinking a bottle of spit. Slightly sweet saliva. Like somebody had an almond joy and then spit in a bottle and now you're drinking it. New kink unlocked. I love coconut. I don't like coconut water very much, but I like coconut. I like pineapple too. I'm actually not allergic to either one of them, which is one of the reasons I like them so much. Usually you have to pay more than $2.99 to have the sensation of someone spitting in your mouth. What a bargain. We're not talking about coconut milk. Yeah, 8 minutes. Actually, technically speaking, the dot plot's already out because they had an economic update at the last meeting. So this is actually just the notes from the meeting. The market gets to find out how many Fed presidents are hawkish and if they can get away with pumping it even more. I'm an absolute little slut for tropical drinks. You get me a painkiller and a coconut glass, and I will take my pants off. Me too. Mai tais and pina coladas you could just drink them all day, and you're never so drunk that you're incapable of taking your pants off. Get a little Li Hing Mui powder and put it on fruit. Hawaiian sour plum powder, if you're able to. I don't even know where I would find that. If a hot dude starts to lick your ass during a Lewinsky, do you raise your legs higher so she can taste the dirt star, or do you tighten the cheeks a little in case you have a chocolate dust bunny tucked away in a wrinkle? I have a bidet. I put my legs around the back of my head. What do you think? What do you put that on the pros list? This is why I wear headphones and listening to the stream. Smart. Thank you for reading ass, so I halted myself from Googling A22. Kendra's got a knack for getting through the Ko-Fi filter. Can you make a members tier where you don't read Kendra comments? Yes. I just signed in for the day, and with that, I think it's time to head out. Smart. Let me know what tier that is so I can avoid it. Give me Kendro or give me death. Oh, 4 more minutes. All right, I'm in my intraday strangle. Let's see. Okay, nice. What are you thinking? Big ups or big downs or big rights? I'm thinking that the Fed minutes will have little to no overall impact and strangling them stupid. Um, but here we are. I just popped in to say, hey, at least the market isn't going straight up. I mean, I kind of wouldn't mind if it did that for just today. And then retraced all of that in after hours and opened at 4,000. All right, Pickle Man, I'm ready to be on the first episode of Who Wants to Be a Dillionaire? You? Do you want a quiz question? It's not a fair format. You'll just Google the answer. I want to hear a song. I don't have a flat song. Can you imagine the profit if we traded 500 BPS up or down for 3 days straight? Yes. They pumped 100 billion into the Mag 7. We aren't going down. Yeah, I agree. They also bought a lot of out of the money calls, which they haven't sold. Probably because they're waiting to buy more out of the money calls for less money. On my honor as a smurf. But the prize is you pay me for Dillionaire. So is it worth it? Do you want to get the answer right? You could just sign up and we could skip all the hullabaloo. Fed minutes in 2 minutes. Thanks, Nostradamus, for stating the obvious. You guys ever feel like you should stretch before big macro events? Like, what if you strain yourself clicking buttons? Unfortunately, Dillionaire is no longer accepting applications. Then you throw your back out before you can trade the event. I usually strain myself screaming curse words in the air. Well, that's not going to make the market do what you want. You phone a pickle and you can only ask AJ for help. He's just going to ask you a question. It's like your phone a friend is just another trivia question. I get it. How will they make up the 80 plus drain delayed matches at Wimbledon? Is that something that's happening right now? Oh my god, JPass said sound and resilient. Here we go. Oh god. A bunch of things. Staff review of the financial situation. Economic outlook. Uh, economic forecasts prepared by the staff for the June FOMC meeting continue to assume the effects of the expected further tightening in bank credit conditions amid already tight financial conditions would lead to a mild recession starting later this year, followed by a moderately paced recovery. Real GDP was projected to decelerate in the current quarter and the next one before declining modestly in both the fourth quarter of this year and the first quarter of next. Real GDP growth over 2024 and 2025 was projected to be below the staff's estimate of potential output growth. The unemployment rate was forecast to increase this year, peak next year, and remain near that level through 2025. Current tight, resource utilization in both product and labor markets was forecast to ease, with the level of real output moving below the staff's estimate of potential output in 2025, and the unemployment rate rising above the staff's estimate of its natural rate at that time. The staff's inflation forecast was a little revised relative to the previous projection, and supply-demand imbalances of both goods markets and labor markets were still judged to be easing only slowly. On a 4-quarter change basis, total PCE price inflation was projected to be 3.0% this year, with core inflation at 3.7%. Core goods inflation was forecast to move down further this year and then remain subdued. Housing services inflation was considered to have peaked and was expected to move down over the rest of the year. Core non-housing services inflation was projected to slow gradually as nominal wage growth eased further. Reflecting the effects of the easing in resource utilization over the projection, core inflation was forecast to slow through next year but remain moderately above 2%. With expected declines in consumer energy prices and further moderation in food price inflation, total inflation was projected to run below core inflation this year and the next. In 2025, both total and core PCE price inflation were expected to be close to 2%. The staff continued to judge that uncertainty around the baseline projection was considerable and still viewed the risks as being influenced importantly by the potential macroeconomic implications of banking sector developments, which could end up being more or less negative than assumed in the baseline. Given the continued strength in labor market conditions and the resilience of consumer spending, however, the staff saw the possibility of the economy continuing to grow slowly, and avoiding a downturn is almost as likely as a mild recession baseline. On balance, the staff said nothing, but this has just been them contradicting every statement after making it. On balance, the staff saw the risks around the baseline inflation forecast as tilted to the upside, as economic scenarios with higher inflation appeared more likely than scenarios with lower inflation. And because inflation could continue to be more persistent than expected, and inflation expectations could become unanchored after a long period of elevated inflation. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Good research. Excellent conclusions. Was JFK Chinese? I don't think so. Irish? Irish American? Market is going up if it doesn't go down. I'm not sure how I lost money there. It only matters that you did. Well, I guess I could go over committee policy actions. In their discussion of monetary policy for this meeting, members agreed that economic activity had continued to expand at a modest pace. They also concurred that job gains had been robust in recent months and the unemployment rate had remained low. Inflation had remained elevated. Members concurred that the U.S. banking system was sound and resilient. They also agree that tighter credit conditions for households and businesses were likely to weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation, but that the extent of these effects was uncertain. Members also concurred that they remained highly attentive to inflation risks. Members agreed that the committee seeks to achieve maximum employment and inflation at a rate of 2% over the longer run. In support of these goals, the members agreed to maintain the target range of the federal funds rate at 5 to 5.25%. Members agreed that holding the target range steady at this meeting allowed the committee to assess additional information and its implications for monetary policy, and determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return to 2% over time. Members concurred that they will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, and economic and financial developments. In addition, members agreed that the committee will continue to reduce the Federal Reserve's holdings of Treasury securities, agency debt, and agency mortgage-backed securities, as described in its previous announced plans. All members affirmed that they are strongly committed to returning inflation to their 2% objectives. Members agreed that in assessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy, they would continue to monitor the implications of incoming information for the economic outlook. They would also be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risks emerge that could impede the attainment of the committee's goals. Members also agreed that their assessment will take into account a wide range of information, including readings on labor market conditions, inflation pressures, and inflation expectations, and financial and international developments. At the conclusion of the discussion, the committee voted to direct Federal Reserve Bank of New York, until instructed otherwise, to execute transactions in the system open market account in accordance with the following domestic policy directive for release at 2 p.m. Effective June 15th. So that's all the rate shit. Blah, blah, blah. They unanimously decided to confirm the action. That's kind of it. They agreed that the next meeting will be held Tuesday, Wednesday, July 25th, 26th. So yeah, I mean it's fucking it's nothing. It's nothing we haven't heard. There's no other additional statements. Apparently, a moderate recession and moderate growth both have equivalent chances of happening. Fed's flipping coins. Gherkin, look at treasuries. Ooh, they're selling even more of them. Mark that shit to market before they hike rates, I guess. This has nothing to do with the shorts or hedges, Kendra. It's all tied together. Yeah, but with string cheese. A boring fucking statement. Useless dicks. More calls being bought than puts. That's all I can see happening right now. String theory, the study of why the fuck the market is up here. How do you know not sold? The puts? I don't, but the market price isn't changing yet. Gamma's reducing at the strikes, so it could be either or. It could be both, actually. Useless Dicks was the name of my all male review show. Did we just go up and then gap down? Yeah. Yeah, we did. This is the volatility. Breathe it in. Rarefied air. There's still a lot of calls. Smells like coconut. I'm disappointed. Why buy in if nothing's happening? Why straddle a non event? It's a better question. Now they're just going to want to leave straddles in place until jolts. I like how they sit around and say to each other, our banks are sound and resilient. Do you concur? And, oh, yes, they are extremely sound and resilient. Here, here. Bully. God, man. This Fed DD makes it hard to stay bullish. It's like super stunk. Do you think when the Fed has these meetings, they're just ripped on the finest of martinis? Yeah, absolutely. It's like, wait, can we just copy and paste the statement from the last one and get some more fucking drinks in here? Because they're not responsible for fiscal policy. What's more likely, nuclear war between now and the end of time, or JPOW not relying on energy price to do his job? But energy pricing is still doing his job, right? I gotta be honest, this is most certainly gonna close green today, not because I have 0 DTE calls and I'm coping through. Okay. Do you think your SPX spread is toast if no action soon? Was it specifically for a bump after FOMC? No, but I think we can start to get some movement in price now that that's out of the way. Has a single elected representative proposed the actual solution to inflation? More taxes? Absolutely not. They've talked about it, but no firm action, right? Just a lot of like, we're gonna tax our donors. We're gonna tax them so hard for you guys. Don't worry. Totally. We're gonna get those taxes. Hey, look, down. That's kind of cool. Now the 4440 puts can close. I like down. Did someone decide that the news was sad? Sharp down so we can rocket back up to 4448. Oh, that's upsetting. Man, futures wicked hard on that drop. When was the last time? When was the last time we were this low? It's been years. This morning. It did. Thank you, Tyler. I hope you did as well. It's been like 1/1000th of a year. That's shockingly accurate. Do you know how to do math? Why do you buy the options you do? Sold covered calls open Monday today for profits. Sold short dated puts open Monday today for profits. Bought short weekly calls this morning on the dip and sold for profits, all on GME. Thank you for all the education. You're welcome. Thank you, Paris, for hanging out. Mine was weird. Sister got married. Long story short, I wore a turban for the first time in my life. Okay. Was it comfy? Did it keep your head cool? Also, no, those are the only two questions. What are the chances we could share underwear inventory? 0. I don't need underwear. I did not. In fact, I have a dent in my forehead. That sucks. It's more of a formal turban. If you were a gambling man, how much would you bet on us hitting 39.11 on SPX before the first Tuesday of January? Do you know when January is? Or are you still using the other calendar? We just gapped on ES midday, huh? Sure. Although I don't see a gap. At least not on the 1 minute. 30 seconds? No. 15? Also no. 10? No. There's no gaps. Also, Magnificent 7 is a dumb name. Yeah, I don't like it either. For 49.67, 447.76. Upside gap on TDA. Huh. I don't see it here. TDA's probably got better data though. What happened to all the calls? Probably still there. I'm sure some of them got stopped out. That was a big drop. Although maybe not many of them. Sold puts? There were some at 44.50, although I think the number of those has dropped. 44.25, 44.10, and 4400. Yeah, 44.50 still has a lot of interest. Although 44.35 is picked up. So they're about equivalent now. Is this finally gonna die? VIX moved up. That's bullish on volatility. You think people are realizing that the 30-year being this close to 4% isn't bullish? No. But it's very close. Didn't we break 4% at like the beginning of, or like the middle of May or something? I thought we did. Yeah, we did. That's what caused the leg down in September, wasn't it? No, I don't think so. Probably helped. I just got stopped out 20% up before it dropped further, and my call was worthless. Why didn't you adjust your stop after it dropped? Like, tighten up the call side stop and loosen up. Never mind. VIX edging towards backwardation. I'm gonna cream. Relax. Don't worry, they'll sell puts. Hmm. We got 1.5 hours left. The real secret is they just wanted to buy 44.50s and 60s for 40% less. I put order type stop into IBKR and it just got Siri to close my app. How do? Wait, what? Are we gonna get a hard V? Believe in the V. One of these days I'm gonna YOLO into the V and it's just gonna crash instead. Yeah. I mean, I actually fully believe that. I've been out for a few weeks, and first thing I hear when I come back is, "Are we gonna get a hard V?" Yep. Nope. Nice try, Nugsy Bulls. What are your thoughts on the Air Bud movies? I've never seen any of them. They're about a like, golden retriever playing basketball, right? I mean, did you spell your name Jeff or Jeff? Jeff. All sports? What do you mean all sports? How the fuck does a dog play baseball? It doesn't have opposable thumbs. $50 in a dream, 4455C. I haven't gotten it, but how regarded is it if I did? I mean, you need the market to close higher than 4455. Right? Dude, I've had a lot of pickles picks that were weeklies. Chicken Little was the best animal ball player. Hmm. I messaged you about joining the country club and you still haven't added me. No pickles picks for me, I guess. You have to sign up. As a matter of not being able to monitor positions, I've entered a VIX straddle. Oh, Jesus. All right. Chicken. I think the name of that movie is Chicken Run, is what you're thinking of. Don't forget about the Buddies movies, where Airbud's offspring start a bunch of shenanigans and tomfoolery. Uh, you know, leave it to Disney to just milk any IP for everything it's worth. It's like they'll just keep making movies until one of them posts a loss. Hmm. One more breakdown? Maybe not. That's weird. Okay. Not sure that really led to anything. Yes, it's still at 4480. So we're at least right on the retest of that. Buy 0 DT calls and ride up with us. I did. I bought two. I might buy a third one in a second here, but I'm gonna wait. There is no question. I just missed your whole idea of who wants to become a billionaire. If I'm a bad smurf, will you put me in detention? No. What's your favorite spot for pickles in or around the city? You know, Sarge's has really good pickles. Full, half, dill. Pretty good. Across the board, actually. Crunchy, you know? The question of who wants to be a billionaire is answered by who pays their monthly subscription fees. Accurate. Don't worry, Jen Jen. If it gets overcrowded, I'll start to price in inflation. I have a plan. I told you about the rocket back to 44.48. I know. That's why I bought calls at the bottom. It wasn't because of anything you said, though. It was because this is what happens every day. No problem. I won't. You like pickles? I mean, I don't hate them. Is anyone else looking through Steam sale? Since when is Fallout 76 considered horror? I didn't even know that game had a genre. I thought it was just like like a fetch quest simulator. 10 and 30-year kissing. Gently or hard? I want to know how much tension there is. The fact that they released it like they did, what they charge for crappy microtransactions classifies it that way. Huh. Yeah, do you guys want to... Sorry, we can look at this. The horror is playing it. Vic's back to 14. Let's fucking go. This market's so stupid. The horror is thinking that any new hyped up game isn't just a paid beta test and dies within 3 weeks. Yeah. Speaking of pickles, are there any Michiganders in here that can explain what is a pickle pizza? And why have I seen on the menu at 5 different restaurants in Southwest Michigan while on vacay? I don't know. It sounds gross. Giant V almost complete. Not even. I live in Michigan and I've never heard of a pickle pizza. Okay. Now I don't know who to trust. Tell the guys in Ohio, not Michigan. They put pickles on cheeseburger pizza? It's alright, I guess. Oh my god. My grandma used to make something like that when we were really poor when I was little. It was like pizza crust, but made with like bread flour. And then she would put hamburger meat and cheese on it. But no pickles. No, the Dr. K pie was disgusting. What state is the top pickle producer in the country? Your mom. Lots of Chicagoans go to Southwest Michigan for summer vacay. Nice sandy dune beaches and cute coastal towns. It's a fucking lake. Fucking wrecked. I mean, just anything to get out of Chicago, right? How dare you? Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. Roses are red. It's good to floss. Return of the Oberdin is 40% off. Are you trying to get me to buy some obscure indie game? It's so freaking good. What is it? Sudoku with extra steps. That sounds fun. I'm gonna look this up. Huh. Maybe I'll buy it. It looks neat. They have a bunch of other games too. Are those all bad? They look kind of worse. But now you need pseudo cats and Sudoku, but instead of numbers, you use cats. Huh. I think I sold my calls too early, but that's okay. 300 on the day. Good for you, man. What did I think today would be different and the V would stop at 44.44 and turn back down? I don't know why you would have thought that. Do you know how cheap 44.50 calls got on that drop? Really fucking cheap, man. Probably as bad as you in Street Fighter. I've seen the videos. I'm not that bad. Rude. Return the Urbanists with the same guy who made Papers, Please. He's only done those two. Oh, okay. Are 4460s still coming in? Um, yeah, I mean, there's still volume at the strike. So, yeah, I think so. A lot came in on the drop. 44, 50, 55, and 60. I think 50 could see a rejection here if more buying doesn't come in. But futures still looks decent to test 44.90. NQ. NQ looks pretty strong here too. Maybe I don't know. I don't think it's gonna test 15.4, but maybe like 15.390. Dixie's up. Did you see the FTDs for the first part of June on GME? Seems higher than recent. I haven't yet, but like direct or ETF. No, that wasn't the plunge protection team. That was people closing the short side of their straddles. Straight up through close? Maybe. 44.55 volume's good here, but 44.60 is still lagging a bit. I don't think we've even gotten like a call push yet. I think this is still like mostly on the back of the short capitulation. So I think if calls are gonna come in, they'll start to come in through power hour. Jimmy EFTD doesn't look higher than usual to me. I looked at both ETF and direct too. Carl, did you do the FTDs yet for the last report? Perchance. Would it be big dumb to sell one DTE 4460C prior to close against my 5 DTE 4455C, assuming we don't pump over 4460 by close? You could. To what, lock in profits? Thanks, man. Eat some theta overnight. Yeah, you could. You reduce any overnight gains, though. Maybe they try to get 4475 before Jolts. Jolts is, I think, tomorrow afternoon, right? I'm sorry, 10 a.m. tomorrow. Do you expect Jolts to be bad? It could be. Although bad Jolts could be bullish. and good Jolts could be bearish. Because the Fed's reaction to the Jolts data is likely to be inverse, right? So if if job openings are down, then the Fed has less reason to increase rates. If job openings are up, they have more reason to. Looks like we're gonna close back closer to 4460. Not unless more calls come in. This could still just flounder and get stuck at 4450. We need to see more calls coming in. Do you expect Jolts to be bad? I think we should expect job openings to have declined slightly. Probably not very much though. Right now I get 650 on 4460C, 1 DTE. Break even would be 446650. Yeah, or you could just close it in the morning. But I mean, yeah, it's an option. It's not my favorite one, but so support here is going to be important because this is going to be where calls try to load up. Have you averaged down any of your July 21 spy puts? No, but I've sold like a bunch of shit against them. I've also hedged most of the upside move, so I mean they're there, but my cost basis on them's mostly nullified. Some of them are a little closer to the money, and I opened more recently, but I'm not sure. Some of those were open Monday, so I don't know if I listed those yet. If I average any down, it'll be the ones that are near the money. And it probably wouldn't be till like next Monday, provided we're still trading in this range by then. Okay, so futures recovered here on the dip. So dip to 44.84, bounce back above 44.85. That looks kind of bullish. There's a new trend there where it's finding stability after the bounce. That's a IHS. Where's my fucking pen? Where's my shit go? I live by myself. There we go. I found it. Hold on, I'll show you. So these, see these two wicks? No, those aren't fallopian tubes. In case anyone was wondering. Well, this is the 5-minute trash. Also intraday, but it's the 5-minute. Like on the one, I don't think you need wicks. It should just be the. Yeah, on the one you can just do it from the volume. Not here though, but back here. Cat's doing good. He's started taking his food under the couch into his pocket. Like he'll go to his bowl and get a mouthful of food and then go back under the couch. And then he sits in there crunching on it. Have you tried feeding him sushi from Nobu? Nobu sucks. He's bringing snacks to the monsters that live under the couch. That's good. Your cat sounds like a neckbeard. Maybe. I ate with a girl that covered her mouth with her free hand while she chewed. It was so strange. You know, I used to know someone who did that. It was. See if he'll eat Doritos with a saucer of Mountain Dew. When SPX contracts close in the money, is the payout based on whole dollars? No, it's based on distance from spot. It's always like this. It's like I don't yeah, I don't know if I understand it. I don't think celebrities have gone to Nobu in years. Maybe like shitty celebrities. Nobu's been awful for a long time. It used to be really, really fucking good. What did the scam artists read in the minutes that inspired them to draw a camel toe on the chart? Nothing. That's the point. That's why we went back up, Dork. Because nothing. The minutes said nothing. Nothing is bullish. I saw Bradley Cooper at Nobu last year. You're just proving my point here. SPX to 6K. I mean, I don't think they're gonna give up on their out of the money calls at 45. I mean, they're not buying anything higher than 45, but they really, really, really want 45. I mean, you saw the pump on like fucking tech this morning, right? On nothing. The fucking Meta went up 4% on news of it recreating a failed business. Isn't Jar Jar Binks from Naboo? Let's be honest, Irish cowboy. If you were Bradley Cooper, would you keep your fucking shirt on? No, no, you wouldn't. I fear they're not trying to get my 4460s in the money. Yes, they are. Slowly but surely. It's like everyone who gets irrationally angry over who Leonardo DiCaprio dates on the internet is either people that wish they were Leonardo DiCaprio or people that wish they were getting fucked by Leonardo DiCaprio, decrying his terrible behavior. I ran into a thread of that last night. Yes, the two genders. You could be both and be a true narcissist. Interesting. Now I'm happy I have zero idea who Leo dates. I'm proud of myself. I don't know either. I know they're younger than him because, well, he's Leonardo DiCaprio, and that's kind of his shtick. But other than that, I have no idea who they are. What if you're not angry but still jealous? Huh. I don't know. He's dating Christine Lagarde. Good for him. Did Leo D go down in that submarine to see the Titanic? Who is he? No, there was no submarine. Rose just let him die. Who would you rather date, Leo D or Daddy J Pow? J Pow, so I have insider information. Leo would never go down to something that old. 10 and 30 are within zero point 0.2 BPS. We have a robust and healthy economy supported by the bulwark that is our strong, resilient, and stable banking system. Okay, Dork? Our economy is just fine. Just exclude all the bad parts of it. Yeah. Yeah. JFresh has a lot of fun with people on Twitter because of that. All the like bullish economists are like, well, yeah, if you ignore this half of the data, looks pretty good. How do I buy JPM now since you're gonna own everything eventually? They have stock. You could even get preferred shares. That way, in case the banking system collapses, you'll still get your dividend. Why is there a distinct lack of bad news? There isn't. There's been tons of bad news. The market just ignores it. You know, PCE has been flat for 7 months. The only reduction in inflation that's occurred is oil's cheaper. Maybe eggs. If the banking system fails, what will my dividend be? Paper clips? I mean, I'm sure they'd let you go in and pick out like a nice stapler or something. Here's what'll happen. Eventually, all the big banks will fail, and the Fed will gobble them up. And then capitalism will have begat the socialism that it sought to prevent. Capitalism 1, capitalism 0. So socialism is just when someone wins capitalism. It's when the government wins capitalism too hard. If the economy crashes and we end up using people as currency, you'd have to find someone worth something. What's the exchange rate between poors, cornichons, dillionaires, and pigeon whales? I don't know yet. I don't think we've gotten that far. Hasn't that already happened? Capitalism in its current structure is ridiculous, with institutions that are actually too big to fail. We are in socialized capitalism. Yeah, I know. But that doesn't mean it can't get more socialized. We socialize their losses and receive no benefit from their gains. My 444Cs are about to prompt. Nice. Right now, the level of socialism is directly proportional to how many tens of millions of dollars you have in net worth. You think we'll gap up overnight as they try to get 44.75 in the money? They might. Maybe they just try to get it in the money today. Volume at 4460 is picking up a little bit. So is 4470 and 70. Yeah, 4465 and 70 also. Still low. Would still probably need more. Although each of these pullbacks is kind of another buy-in opportunity, so but yeah, they're getting pretty stacked. 4470 seems kind of out of reach. But if they keep buying like 44, 45, and 50 to stabilize, the like charm decay on the zero DT puts at this point will start to drive us upwards. I still think like everything above like 4460 or even maybe 4460 is touchy. But there's definitely still interest. 4475s, a lot of them expire on the 14th and this Friday, actually. Some of them are out on 721, but not very many. Probably shouldn't be holding positions overnight on cat unless it's got some theta. Risky, especially on cat. Well, charm wouldn't really matter intraday if away from expirations if people weren't buying tens of thousands of out the money contracts every day. I'm gonna hold my fire out of the money spy puts overnight again because I hate money. Okay. Kind of, are you just like offsetting imposter syndrome that way? Charm decay is same like me drinking at a bar. Hey Greg, Disney sitting on a cliff to a straight re down to 40-50? Looks like making horrible movies and having an overpriced theme park ain't working so well. For all of that, they're still kicking Ron DeSantis' ass. Disney gonna pack up Florida's economy and run away with it? Jolt's at 10 tomorrow. 10 a.m. Are more calls coming in? Yeah. I've already been over this. Repeat after me. Do not mess with the mouse. Everything occurs in market time. This is a fucking stock stream. Why would we use any other frame of reference for our time zones? If we were trading futures, maybe we'd use Central. Ron DeSantis literally looks like a used car salesman. That's not nice. He looked pretty good in those heels. Ooh. Consolidation here is pretty pretty spicy. Ooh. That shit's gonna turn around. Do you think my 4455 Cs have a chance? Maybe. Spicy up, but I don't know if there's enough time in the day. 90K volume on 4450C? Jesus Christ. It's kind of nuts. They just found Yayo at the White House. Bullish as fuck. That explains a lot, actually. If they weren't going full regard on these 4450Cs, would we just rock it down? Probably, yeah. They're selling so many in the money puts. I was thinking about dropping my September SPY 415p for calls. I am become bull. Do whatever you want, man. 415p? You have still September? I guess it depends where you bought them. If you bought them when we were trading at 4,200, then you probably should have cut them a while ago. If you bought them at, 44.50, then that's another story. For everyone following along at home, we're still in the green box Gork drew this week, which means bullish. Damn straight, C-Mill. Should I sell my 4460s or just let them expire in the money? I'm straddled at 4450 still. There's been very few reasons to close it. I did get rid of the dead floater from last week this morning though. I managed to close that out like up 6%. So that was cool. The red box is red. We're in the green box. This is the bull zone. This is the Maz zone that gets slightly more bearish as you get towards the bottom of it. This is the bear zone down here. Down below 43.54. We call it the bullpen? No, we don't. Make the green box red so it's bearish, but I have 0 DTE calls. Buying straddles 15 minutes to expiration is not is not a fucking strategy, DZ. I was just explaining the importance of risk management to somebody by using an example. Fuck, goddamn. People are like bricks. My financial advisor said 15-minute straddles are fine. Just because it worked 3 days in a row doesn't mean it's going to work all the time, okay? It's a short put butterfly. Financial advisors hate this one trick. Quick 15-minute straddle to 3x your port. Okay, yes. For 3 days in a row, the strategy yielded profitability of 300% or greater. But that's not the point, okay, Yaga? The point is it's highly risky. And it's only the options positioning which we're currently seeing which makes it even remotely viable. You also just lose all your money if the market does the thing it's most likely to do, which is close flat as fuck. Oh. Because of the worst sometimes. But it's hedged. No, the middle part isn't. Are you doing the 15-minute to close straddle today? Of course I am, but that's me, right? Don't. But me trading like that is a byproduct of boredom, not. I'm just throwing money away because it's fun. Ask Dork. I do it all the time. He gets infuriated. I make it back, all right? It's fine. Are you still mad about that day that I held the $10,000 in profits till it was a loss? I had good reason. Would it make you feel better if that position was effectively hedging spreads? Maybe also mention you make 40K with overnight credit spreads and straddles. What? I didn't make any money on straddles today because I haven't closed the straddle. Is 10,000 your daily goal for gains? No. 10,000 is how much my fucking NVIDIA theta costs every day. No, I'm exaggerating, but it's close. You know, I don't sell like 300 out of the money spreads every day, AJ. Just some days. Speaking of which, what's the return on 40, 65, 70 right now? Forty, 60, 70 is 1%. 55, 70. Ooh. 11%? $75.80 for tomorrow with 6.5% at open. Hmm. Do you have a daily goal? No. Not really. I have like a weekly goal, but I usually like if I miss it on day trading, I'll just make up for it with covered calls. How much was your GME theta when you kept rolling it back before March 2022? Those contracts were a lot shorter dated, so it was pretty bad. I think at its worst, before my last roll, it hit like it was about like 8,000, eight something a day, and then I lost like 25K on the roll that I didn't even need to do, but I did it anyway. It was fine though. I mean, obviously. Is it easier to make 5% per day for a week or 20% a week on one position? Well, I mean, you need some diversity there in case you're wrong, right? So it's probably easier to make 5% a week on four of like 7 positions or something. Sometimes there's easy like 20% plays, but you can't leverage them really heavily. So the more money you're using, the fewer and fewer of those plays you get. Like you can probably do 20% on spreads on something every week, right? Um, Relatively safely, if you do your homework and find a good strike and something to do it on. But it's not like you could throw like 400 grand into that or something, right? You've got to diversify, and the more of those plays you try to find, the fewer of them there actually are. The Bulls haven't failed yet. It's only 340. Although they might. This is a return at this point back to fucking 4450 is not great for the end of the day. You think there'll be big volatility in the last 15 minutes? I don't know. If any comes in, it'll be because of futures. Does anybody know what the MOC is right now? What an utterly boring day, wasn't it? I mean, yeah, it kind of sucks that we did all that moving up just to land right back where we started. Nobody knows what MOC is. Market on close balance. $68 million buy side. Hmm. I'm seeing 263 buy side. Well, we got 15 minutes. Let's see where it goes. Where do you get your gamma data from? CBOE? For like the options data and the neutrals? We have a data provider. I think we use Intrinio. Hmm. That's interesting. Is this going to end up being a fight to keep the 4450s in the money? Because that would suck. Fucking NQ dragging. 'FOMC minutes show no cuts, 2 hikes, huh? And the market goes for its last hurrahs for this quarter. This quarter ended last week. Rug into close? I don't think so. They're still buying 4450s and 55s. Forty-four fifty is losing the battle? We'll see. There's still 13 minutes. Twelve more minutes of staring at SVX. Yeah. The 4500s are mostly on the 21st. The 4450s are mostly positioned like each day this week. But the majority of them expire Friday. And so if those expire out of the money or they're unable to use those that support to establish any further moves to the upside, then the 4475s and 4500s are in deep shit. Hmm. Well, let's see what the Bulls do with their end of day momentum. I have a mental problem with having a job. I let stuff ride, hoping for a big win, because big wins get me out of a job faster. Losses don't hurt because I'm still making money. I need to get my head right. Losses always hurt. Rule one, don't lose money. $10. Does it matter if they started pricing up Nvidia puts? Maybe a little. They've always been pretty expensive. Long day of not doing my job. I've been making 5 to 1K a day paper trading spreads or CCCPs, pretty much CSPs. Pretty much on Monday, selling options in a range that expires Friday, adjusting stops as the week goes on. Yeah, it's the way to do it. I hung too long and got burned. I mean, don't over leverage into shit like that. If you're trying to play zero DTs, it shouldn't be a substantial amount of your portfolio. 100,000 contracts? How silly. I'm sure it'll get sillier in the next 8 minutes. Why is closing above 44.50 so important right now? They want their fucking calls on the money. No worries. Wouldn't the easy play with this be to buy zero DT puts when at 44.50 equivalent, then sell them off in the extra 15 minutes after close when the MM hedges? But they're marked at 4 on SPX. It's not SPY. Did he ever mention if he's seen that before? No, he just said it was very odd. I think he started by saying he hadn't ever seen that before. Ooh, 4450 is getting burnt. Zero DT straddles for the win. It's kind of a big deal. Big fucking block of futures sold off there. Fucking 5K contracts. How's ES looking? Like that. Oh, shut up, Walken. Hmm. The composite man has trapped me, Cork. Are bulls flying too close to the sun now? The bulls have been flying too close to the sun for weeks. Hero was hoping the lack of walk-in meant he blew his fingers off yesterday. One could only dream. Still have your 0DT SVX spreads? You mean 15 MTE? Straddles? That's doing good. Spread's not doing so hot. NVIDIA spreads are up though, which is nice. Although this really needs to drop like another dollar for the straddle to be really profitable. And I don't think we're gonna go sub 44.48 here. So it might just be kind of flat. Tomorrow they get those calls in the money. What about the ones that expired today? Like some of them got stopped out here, but there's still a shitload of them that are going to expire worthless if they don't get this back up. Ooh. There we go. A little more? Fuck yes. Okay, 0 TT straddle, day 4. This is stupid. Is every close going to be like this? They back to shorting GME or what? I mean, they got a bunch of liquidity this morning. And then the markets didn't perform very well, so they got to edge the price down a little bit, but not a lot. Yeah, fucking close right there. Do it. Do it. Oh, even better.
Okay. Yeah. 0 DT straddles the way. I'm never playing any other position. Play the bear song. Nothing bearish happened. Ding ding. That's fucking ridiculous. $3.20 in the money. A fucking 20-cent contract. Long dated or short dated doesn't matter. Straddles for the win. Who would have thought that just being delta neutral was the best when markets are irrational? When are we having some price actions? I don't know. So far, we've spent the last like 3 days trading this fucking channel. It's been really fun. Just churn. Yeah. There's so much volume too. I mean, it's fine, I guess. You can make money off of it, right? It means that like out of the money 0 DT spreads, like verticals are really really profitable. But they're also risky cuz vol's so low, so this is interesting. 4450 is closing out of the money today. That means like 40% of the contracts open on the long side there are now burnt. Um, that only leaves tomorrow and Friday's contracts open, which are less significant. Although that could change rapidly as they get cheaper. I don't know. I mean, they keep failing to hold or maintain 4450. This seems bearish in the near term, like the next week or two. Like really bearish because that means that incrementally we're going to start to see more and more capitulation from the longer dated call positioning at like 4475 and 4500. And if those capitulate, there's no downside support here, right? And VIX is still relatively low, so selling puts to try to stabilize downside price action is, I mean, we could easily move back to like 43, like back to gamma neutral if it starts to break down, right? There's nothing there. There's no decent supports basically anywhere. 4425 a little bit, but I mean, if this starts to break down, why wouldn't they just take profits, right? Nvidia buy support at 425 is the market support, but that failed today too. Nvidia closed the day at like 423. It also looks like futures spiked a little bit to the downside there at close. Or VIX went up. Yeah, and VIX is getting a little more fluid. I mean, we're pretty far from those like a high 12 that high $12 range now. VIX almost regained all the ground it lost today. No, I haven't heard any news about Nvidia's offering. Yeah, I don't think the 10 billion matters all that much. They're probably just going to use it for share buybacks. 4750 next week. I mean, not if the bulls can't get this moving. I mean, this just looks like look at the last
Like, look at the last week. This just looks like distribution, right? Since like the 5th, or well, sorry, I'm on the 5 minute. Let me go further out. This whole period just looks like distribution. Like high volume, trading flat. We're not going anywhere. I think this just breaks down again, honestly. Like it's not looking good. And the long positions are staying out of the money. Like we haven't even broken 4,500 on ES. And if anything today, we're further away from it than we were before. We see a market where Nvidia is back sub 300 without a crash. Sure, they can miss on their earnings. Spicoli, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. So this is the beginning of the end. I don't know if it's the end, but I mean, the 10 and 30 year are almost inverted now, which is fucking crazy. Like, I mean, I think more and more we just get closer to like a really drawn out recession. They're inverted, kind of just dancing around the 0 point. Yeah. They even tried. Call volume spiked in the last 15 minutes and they still lost. Yeah, they bought a shitload of calls there. And it didn't work out for them. So that, I mean, now another overnight session of decay on those positions, right? If we open down tomorrow, they have no leverage left at 44.50. And if the 44.50 leverage is gone, there's nothing supporting these prices. All right, they've always got theta working against them. I mean, that's obviously what I'm looking for. 44.25 today. I moved this up from 4,200 to 42.25 because in the money call positioning sold off. So yeah, I think if we test 42.25 and then especially if we test it tomorrow, then we could see like 4,000 by end of week, by Friday. There's still a little upside gap here. I don't know how much it matters, but there's a huge downside gap. And then, you know, if we hit like fast gamma neutral with any kind of significant momentum, that's going to start to put pressure on the like 4,400, 4,375, 4,350 sold puts, right? All of those with much later expiration dates. And then it gets like below gamma neutral, you know, it really starts to get, then the price can drop really fast, right? I'm not predicting a negative 15% day. Holding some 40-41 spy puts. Let's go down tomorrow. That'd be cool. But we'll see what happens. Yields shot up today and then drew back into the end of the day. Maybe more bond selling for liquidity, but you know, if they're pumping that liquidity into zero DTEs that aren't closing in the money, it's gonna dry up real quick. I think you meant to say 4,400, but then said 4,000. Maybe. Which day do you promise a negative 15% day again? Asking for a friend. I don't think we're getting a negative 15% day. Not anytime soon. If we do, it would be completely unexpected. No, not Friday. 4,400. All right, fuck you guys.